Okay, hello. Happy Saturday. Let's jump into some Horizon Forbidden West. Now, last Saturday, we brought down a wall, made a clan leader look very foolish, and forced him to send his champions to some sort of arena battle thing. Sky Clan's challenge is on their way. Yeah, there we go. So basically, we're going to go there and we're going to keep all the bad people out, I guess. Why do I feel like this is just going to be another proving massacre? This is not going to go well. Come on, loading screen. There we go. Call and response. Go to the watchtower. Oh, right. We're doing a side quest first. We're trying to make the clan leader look even more foolish. I'm good. Okay. Let's summon our trusty steed. What? Why? No, don't do that. There we go. Okay. Why do I feel like this path would have been better served on foot? Okay. Yeah, path veers off to the right. Good.
A rebel outpost. I have to find whoever's in charge and stop them from causing any more harm.
Easy. Whoa! What the heck did we just hit? We hit a pigeon. Well, we got a feather out of it. Yay, I guess. Oh, we're not terribly close. Alright. Please mind my cat. He's decided to chase his tail. You will hear him lose his mind in the background. Yep, that's him. Okay, you need to stop. Okay. Apparently we went the wrong way. Cool. Oh, that is way too far down.
The watchtower should be near the falls. I'll tell those soldiers to head home.
there's a bandit. Well, sorry, rebels. They're called rebels this time around.
That's a rebel outpost. We'll have to find whoever's in charge and take them out.
Oh, I didn't actually listen to what she was saying before. Alright, let's clear it out. Why not?
Let's keep me going.
I need all the berries. Oh, the grapple points. Okay. Plasma foghorn. The key to any stealth mission. Make sure that you're 3 feet from where you originally shot your bow. And they will not find you.
Down to us.
Me? Yes, me!
We start searching here. Spread out. We hunt, we find her, we kill her.
What's
Not
his
really
name?
sure who's hunting who here.
We'll get her.
This makes no sense. It's just one Outlander.
What?
Give me something. Not really sure what to do now.
They're so confused. I think that's the one I hit. Interesting. Go, 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 go.
Anyone traveling down the mountain from this spot. I wonder the rebels set up here.
Hey!
Everybody giving their full
I'm being attacked!
isn't over.
She's not dead.
She can't have gone far.
With me.
Right now?
It's us against her. Find her. Make it quick.
Already on it. Here?
Anything yet?
You came all this way just to hide? Not doing too well here either. Ah!
We fight! You see those hostiles? Ugh. We hunt her! Now!
Figure they would just storm the area.
Expecting us to come after her. What do you got for me?
Show yourself. I dare you. You scared? You should be.
watch each other's backs.
I just
You
here to
had it with
hostile!
Oh, screw this.
Target hit! Keep firing! Firing now!
Still enough time.
Just give up!
Well, that went well. Alright. I guess being stealthy was probably the better way to go. Definitely need to start upgrading my stealth skills, though. I can't believe that one rebel survived a critical hit. In the back. Didn't care. I didn't mean to try to fast travel. Is it an errand? That's the one I'm doing now. In theory. This is the level 40? Okay. Alright. I guess we'll come back. This way. Sure, give me some wood. Okay, apparently this is the route to go.
Jura said the old watchtower should be near the falls. I'll tell those soldiers to head home.
I need to figure out how to stop my mount without having to leap off. Okay, apparently I'm still going the wrong way.
Okay, better. Alright, you're done.
Yeah, that seems about right. Boy. Well, if they tried to make every fight against the machine, you know, an ordeal, they definitely succeeded. I'll grab that, and I'll grab that.
Gotta be prepared.
Exactly, Aloy. There we go. Okay. Where are we going? Okay. Across the broken bridge, apparently.
There's the watchtower. I need to talk to their squad leader, Kiva. Looks like the soldiers had some trouble. They must barely be holding out. Are you Kiva?
I am. And you. You're the Outlander who killed Regala's champion at the embassy. Ram Squad was there. We saw your duel. Cavallo still owes me shards.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence. Chaplain Jera sent me. It's time for you to go home.
Jera's cracked then. There's no way our commander will allow us to leave our post. Not after our insubordination.
Things have, changed at the Bulwark. Tekotteh won't be able to stop you.
Really? He's finally been taken down a notch? Alright then. The last member of Ram Squad is on duty at the tower on the mountain. Let me recall him.
That was cool.
That's odd. Ezeko always answers. One of us will have to go up.
I can get up there easily. I'll check on him.
Much appreciated. The start of the climb is just across the falls. Try not to break your neck, yeah?
Nothing can ever go smoothly, can it?
What's going on?
We're moving out, back to the Bulwark.
You're shitting me. What about Ezeko?
The Outlander will check him.
Go to the start of the climb. Am I supposed to descend then? Yeah, okay. Oh, right, I can glide. I keep forgetting that. Oh yeah, it's just an easy climb, you know.
The snow brought the chill.
this isn't even the start of the climb yet, apparently.
This must be the start of the climb. The watchtower should be at the top.
No goodies to be had. That's unfortunate.
You get a strong color on this.
I guess I'm supposed to go over this way then?
I'm getting closer to the watchtower. Looks like I have to climb higher.
What am I hearing? One of these days I will get an owl.
There's some kind of machine circling the watchtower. I gotta take out these machines before I can look around.
Ow! Oh god, that was way off. It ran away.
I'll grab this now.
Give me the Ridgewood.
Okay then.
Oh, can we make it? Can we make it?
So where's the soldier assigned to this watchtower?
Uh-oh.
That must be him.
Oh. Didn't even realize him at first.
Judging by these wounds, the Sky Drifter surprised him. At least it was quick. Cable sounded her horn. It's a different call from before. I'd better get back down to the watchtower and check on them. The watchtower's under attack. I need to get down there fast.
Of course it is. Alright, time to glide.
Swooping into battle. Those machines are in for a surprise.
One of the 10 Outlander fly.
Ow. Oh, dang. Dang it. Oh, it died. Okay. What is this weird little dance it does in the air? Finally.
Pain subsiding. Well, we'll have to worry about running out.
Okay.
Thanks for the assist. Is the Zeko on his way down?
Actually, machines got him. Took him by surprise. I'm sorry.
What? He was the first of the squad. Our best fighter.
He's gone, Kiva. It's just the two of you now.
Damn, Tekotteh. All we did was go to the embassy. Follow Chief Ikaro's orders? And what do we get for it? A death sentence dressed up as guard duty. All because Tekotteh has a vendetta against the chief.
Well, that ends now.
Yeah. Thanks, Outlander. Here. This is for you. Pavallo! We're moving out.
Tekotteh's politics got one of those soldiers killed. At least the other two get to go home.
Oh, we got face paint. Guess they have no more goodies here. It's gonna be a rock, yep. Uh-oh. Tried to dodge, didn't quite make it. It's too bad you can't scan them after you kill them. Right? Yeah. Like, theoretically, you could still learn stuff. Oh, sweet, glorious
One of these
berries.
later, for sure.
Eh. I feel like there was something I was going to check over here before I took off, but I guess not. What? Is that where I'm going? I mean, yeah, I guess so, because, yeah, okay. Go to the Memorial Grove, okay. Alright, come on, buddy, we got a ways to go. Well, I guess that's a good way to stop the mount. Try to ram a wall or a boulder. I appear to be going the complete wrong direction. Okay. Interesting. Let's try to remedy that, shall we? There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna give up. I cannot hit anything from the back of a mount. Hello, Empress. Welcome on in. How you doing tonight? Yep. Giving up. 0 for 2. Oh, oh. Oh, but we got Owl. Missed the Owl. No! There we go. We finally got our Owl. Surprisingly tough birds. Nice. Alright, I saw some berries over here. Let's grab those. Thought I saw more, but I guess not. I'm a sourpuss because my computer crashed in the middle of my Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you know what happened? Overheated. Oh, dang. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, that doesn't happen to you again. You know what? Let's do a manual save. Honestly, that's always my fear, is that something, you know, outside of my control is going to happen like that. Hopefully you didn't lose any progress either. Oh. Oh, we got it. Saw you were live too, and I was about to end and raid you. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Even if it didn't work out, I appreciate that the thought was there. What were you playing today? I'm heading the wrong direction again. I don't know why that keeps happening. I really want to go the wrong direction, apparently. We got an owl out of it, though, so I'm not complaining. Now I'm paranoid and feel like I have to check the map constantly. Make sure I don't miss my turn. Okay. Oh, that is a lot of... Go, go, go. Oh, I see there's shadows on the ground. Wrong way again. Oh, they're running chargers.
Damn machines!
That was a miss. Are you a baddie? Yep, you are definitely a baddie. Going out of there. I'm basically fighting a velociraptor right now, and I don't like it. It was about to get me eventually. Yay, we won. I should probably spend my skill points. Grab some of that. Grab some of that. Shoot me some goat. Right in the butt. There we go. Sorry, let me catch up here. I was playing 7 Days to Die. I've heard of the game. I don't actually know anything about that, since it's spooky month. I love the first game. I just wish this one was on PC. Oh, it will be. I guess it's not on yet, but give it time. The first one's on PC, right? So I imagine the second one will be probably, hopefully sooner rather than later. This is the one. Includes weapon techniques. Increases damage dealt while in stealth. Okay. Well, let's finish up this. Melee attacks deal more damage when you are dangerously wounded. Defense. That's what I want. I need to start building up my offensive skills here. Alright, let's hop back on this guy. Yeah, they've really cleaned it up. It's a little easier to navigate around. Takes some adjusting. 6 skill trees instead of... I think it was... No, it was 3 in the base game, and then the DLC added a 4th, if memory serves. Now there's 6, which is cool. Did I just see another search? Oh, it's a rider, okay. Beautiful. This game definitely feels a lot bigger, too. Like, the world space is huge. And the main story actually feels a lot bigger as well. Like, there's more involved. Yeah, so if you definitely enjoyed the first game, I imagine you'll enjoy this one as well. So what is 7 Days to Die? If you don't mind my asking. I kind of got the impression it's kind of like a DVD game. Guess we'll do a hard save. There we go. Oh, yeah, because didn't in the first one she was just figuring out where she came from and where she fit in the world? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Figuring out who she was. Oh, right in the face. Yeah, in this one, basically, she's taken on, like... Oh, really? That's lame. She's trying to protect everybody. And she's stretching herself really thin trying to do so. It's, It's interesting to see how the character developed over, over the course of the first game and now this one. Am I going the right way? Okay, I actually am this time. That's good. Bridge. Get on the bridge, please. I was aiming for the head, but I'll take the neck. I really need to start hunting birds. A lot of what I need for upgrades requires bird hunting. I'm not a skilled enough shot to be able to hit them in the air, though. That's the only problem. Unknown machine strike? Oh, there's a workbench here. Let's see if we can get some upgrades going on here. Oh, Stonecrest. We've been here before.
Champion, over here. I've got something to tell you.
Okay, fine. What do you got for me?
We've had reports of rebels in the area. They've been spotted south in the forest. A few few have made camp to the southwest, near the coast. More have set up defenses west of here, past the bulwark. And we don't have enough squads to deal with them all. Best be prepared when you're out there.
Thanks for letting me know. Maybe I can help those Tenakths deal with the rebels when I have the time.
I think that's one we already have. Where? It's over. It's up. No, it's right here. Okay. Ooh, fingers crossed. Hopefully we've got something. Oh, I'm missing a trap. Okay, well, we'll deal with that after the weapon upgrade. Alright. Oh, I can do another one. Yes, please. Billowback sack webbing. That sounds nasty. Right, we don't have enough for the next one. That's fine, though. Alright, let's make this extra trap. I think I'm okay, thanks. Alright, I need to get out of here. Let's find our charger. And we'll continue on our path to the Memorial Grove. Excuse me.
Okay.
Alright, let's do it. Let's try to do it. Sorry, let me catch up before we get going here. 7 Days to Die, basically... Oh, it's a zombie survival game at its core. Every 7 days there's a blood moon where there's a big feral horde of zombies. Oh, okay. I love the upgrade system instead of just getting the next best equipment. Yeah. I mean, technically you could upgrade it with coils, and they're still a thing. Which I probably... I don't remember if I can equip manually or not. But, edit coils. Yes, I can add it. So this is still a thing, and technically you can upgrade it via the coils. But, yeah, the actual upgrading of the bows, definitely better. They also have different tiers of the same types of weapons, too. There's different colors associated with them, so this one's like rare, this one's uncommon, and its rarity will determine how many upgrades you can give it, how many perks are associated with it, how many coil slots, all that good stuff, and actually different ammo types as well. So that part hasn't changed either. They just took what they had in the first game and added on to it. Well, there goes the bird. Where am I going? This way. Stabby!
Give them support! There is someone! I'll keep hitting them from distance.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh. That would help. Nice! went very well, I think.
I can refill my pouch with these later.
Are you still alive? There we go. I think the rocks did a lot of damage to my mount. I think that's why it took so much damage.
Roar.
So, roar. Where am I going? Left. Did you manage to get through the first game? Like, did you beat it? And what were your thoughts on the story? I'm not gonna attack the owl. Should have attacked the blue jay though. Okay, we're almost there. Compared to where we started, anyway. Finally out of the snow. Oop. I'm guessing I'm going right. Yeah.
Don't take much damage from fire.
Run away! I think I'm being chased. Left.
That's enough. Soldiers in trouble.
What?
Please, stranger, help me kill this thing.
What is this? Rollerback? It's Sonic!
Shit, get out of my way.
No! Alright. There we go. Look at all those parts fly. I like it when the big machines have a lot of weak points, because,
Squad mate needs help.
I don't have to worry about being as good a shot. Oh, it's a side quest. Alright, well, you can wait a minute. Alright, now I'll talk to you.
You've got to help my friend.
Wait. Slow down and explain.
Tekotteh and I were heading south with supplies from Salt Life when machines attacked. I left her behind so I could get help from the Grove and ran straight into another machine. Thank the 10 you were here to help.
So your friend is still up the road, fighting machines?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'll bail her out if I can. You go on and get those reinforcements.
Will do. I'm in your debt.
Supply drop. That's not where I want it to go. Yeah, there we go. Yes, in its entirety, even getting that rare armor where you're invincible for a whole health bar. Oh, so you got the shield armor. That's awesome. You managed to find all the power cells then. I played through it quite a few times, but I've only really attempted to do that once. And I think I was like 1 or 2 shy. If memory serves, you need like 6, right? But yeah, I didn't quite get there, unfortunately. Story was great in my opinion. Also love the DLC story as well. I felt the DLC was fantastic, yeah. Nice little self-contained section with its own story. Gives you a prelude to this game as well. Hephaestus is relevant. That's as far as I don't want to spoil any of the major plot points for this game. But yeah, Hephaestus is not gone. So that's kind of served as a prelude for it. It's up there as one of my favorite single-player games. Combat was challenging but fair, but once you learn each of the enemy's weaknesses and stuff, it's rewarding. Yeah, it's the exact same stuff here as well, so... Spicy. Yeah, the stakes... I mean, the stakes were pretty high in the first game, but they're just as high in this one, too. Find Tekotteh. Okay. 1,100... feet or meters? I don't know what unit they're supposed to be using in this. It's the States, so I'm assuming feet. Wait. This way? Yeah, that's south. I didn't think so. Dang it. Right, okay. Snap Maw. Fire Bristleback.
The other Tenakth should be somewhere up the road.
What did I just hit?
Where's the supplies? And the Tenakth soldier.
Supply sled. I'll take that. I will loot your supplies because I am a douche.
It looks like the Tenakth tried to salvage some supplies after getting attacked. Dropped them? And won in battle? Maybe they can lead me to the other soldier.
Search for tracks.
There. Tracks from the missing Tenakth.
Am I about to get attacked? Yep. Oh, the big bad bristleback ran away. And now I can't quick save. Oh, because I'm still in caution. Alright, well, fine. Yeah, Hephaestus is the creator of the machines, right? Okay, I don't actually know specifically if there was an AI program that's, I don't know what the word is, credited with creating the machines. The guy, the CEO in the first game was Ted Farrow. He headed the company that developed them as weapons and took what they were capable of a little too far with their biomass refueling and self-replication machines and all that stuff. Hephaestus itself is actually supposed to be a subordinate function or program to Gaia. There's like 6 of them, I think. Hades is actually who you fight in the first game. That one is also a subordinate function to Gaia as well. So you end up fighting 2 in the first game, which is kind of cool. But there's also like Apollo, Minerva. I'm supposed to be helping to get Aether right now, but we've kind of gotten sidetracked. And I forget what the others are called. Poseidon and Demeter. Yeah, Aether, Poseidon, Demeter. Those are the three of the other ones. Oh, I see animal.
Definitely looks like the other Tenakth ran off this way.
Prairie dog? That doesn't look like a prairie dog. That looks like a gopher. Oh, that was nice. Oh. Somebody's getting annihilated up here.
Hey! Vita sent me! By the 10, that lump made it. I thought we were both finished. Let's clear out these machines.
Ow. Oh, it's dispersing the crimson dust or whatever. Uh-oh. Oh, oh. Oh, get out of there. Oh, more stabbies! There we go. Oh, I misjudged that. Why is it glowing yellow? Or blue, whatever color that is. Oh, because it's ice. Oh, and it's an apex. Okay.
Much better.
Hey! Oh, that's fire.
We've got incoming! Blake,
More?
how are we going to take that thing down?
Here we go.
Claw Strider. More raptors. Awesome. Oh! right in the belly.
Almost done!
I'm not giving up.
Get out.
You did it! I can't believe I'm alive.
Dang. See what I mean? Every battle is an ordeal in this game. I do not have shock. I don't think so, anyways. I have shock tripcaster. That's it. I've got acid, normal, and frost. And I guess I could have used this, but it takes so many resources just to try to make a few arrows. I guess it was too OP in the first game. They made it a lot more costly to make these arrows, and you get so much fewer of them. Alright.
Thanks. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been machine grist.
All I did was give your friend here a little time to come to the rescue.
Ah, you're full of it. I barely escaped with my life on the way.
That I believe.
I hope some of your supplies are still usable.
Me too. Food's always scarce. The soldiers at the Grove need the rations. No way we can trek back north to Saltbite to get more.
I'll get this one back on her feet and we'll scrape what's left of our haul at the door.
You're making me hungry. Thanks, Outlander. We won't forget what you did.
Stay safe, both of you.
Hey, we did it. Not enough to level. That's alright. Alright. We need to resupply our berries. Because we went through a lot fighting that thing.
I'll keep some extra on hand.
There we go. That helps. How many skills points? I have 2. Okay. Okay, where are we going? We are going off to the right. The first game had a lot of side quests, but I feel like there's so many more in this one. Or they did a better job of making sure we found them, I guess. I missed the rabbit. I am such a bad shot. Wow, what a weird transition into night that was. Let's do a manual save too. Not that I don't trust the quick saves. Well, okay, I don't trust the quick saves. Okay, should be a straight shot for a bit, and then it's a hard right. Run away! Why do I have rock selected? There we go. And then what an awkward transition back into day. What? Maybe just that region is supposed to be like eternal night or something. Yeah, straight, okay. Yeah, I ran through those side quests. What's hilarious is I finished every single side quest before I finished the damn story missions. Even the DLC was done before the story was. Dang. I didn't go to that extent. That's impressive. So you must have been, like, completely overpowered because I'm fairly certain that I managed to hit the cap, and I didn't really go through a lot of side quests. If I fell into them naturally, then I would maybe complete them, or if they intrigued me in some way, but, I didn't go out hunting for them by any means. Did you finish a lot of the, like, collectible stuff as well? Like the metal flowers, the various vessels. I'm trying to remember what there's another collectible where you basically see like a projection of like the old world, and it gives you like a tidbit of what the old world was like. I don't remember what the game called it. That was cool. Oh. Right.
As a machine stomping around in there.
Outlander, Chief Hikaru and Marshal Kotallo await you within.
Okay. Let's go talk to our new friends.
The cool route should be starting soon. Once it's done, I'll be able to access the chamber below Hikaru's throne. And ether.
Yeah, you're way too optimistic there, Aloy. It's not gonna be that easy.
Outlander, the chief awaits you in the arena, past the throne. Speak to the chief when you're ready.
Past the throne, oh. I didn't realize there was more back here. De La Hoya exhibit. Data corrupted. Among these was Colonel Edward De La Hoya, commander of JTF-10, a deeply charismatic officer with family ties to Roberta Medina. I've heard it said both ways. I'm probably going to say Medina until I'm corrected otherwise. De La Hoya grew up near the Arizona-Nevada border and was responsible for having the task force base near Tucson. Several of his subordinates had families in the area. All of them were apoplectic, I don't know what that word means, about 73 age, despising it as an unforgivable federal overreach. The threat of being driven off their land, no matter how uninhabitable it had become, resonated with soldiers throughout the unit and beyond, many of whom were from conservative states or areas affected by climate change. As the Marazur agreement took shape, Medina consulted with De La Hoya, who then took the case to his top lieutenants. Everybody agreed that the federal government was likely to send drones against the water fleet. De La Hoya, who came to prominence as a pilot, told the others that he was prepared to single-handedly take on the drone squadron in Data Corrupted. Interesting. That was severe data corruption. I'd love to know the rest of it. Yep, every single collectible, figurine, old world screenshot, side quests. I got every single weapon and armor in the game, like everything. When I say 100% completed, believe me, it was super time consuming. I believe you. I mean, so I went through the main story. I went through the DLC. I think if I didn't 100% the DLC, I came pretty close to it. Because it was basically like a smaller version of like the main game. Like everything that was a mechanic there was its own, like in the base game, there was its own version of it that existed in the DLC, just on a smaller scale. So it seemed a little more attainable to be able to like get all of the tall necks, for example. I think there's only like 3 in the DLC versus the 8 or 10 that exist in the main game. So that was fine, but yeah, there were so many collectibles, and it was spread out over such a large land mass that you had to cover. I ended up not doing all that, so props to you for doing that. That's impressive. Now, because I know I'm never going to do it myself, aside from achievements or trophies or whatever, was there any incentive? Like, did you get anything out of getting all the metal flowers? I know the power cells, you get the shield armor. But was there anything cool like that with any of the other collectibles? Or do you just get the gratitude of the merchant that tasked you with it? I'm super curious about that. Okay. Oh. Faraday exhibit. Ooh. There's more exhibits. I must play with exhibits. Oh, I already got this, didn't I? Actually, I don't know if I did. This doesn't look familiar. Pardon me. Data corrupted. The job went to Anne Faraday, born and raised in the hot zone, Needles, California. I assume that's what CA is. And a colonel in the Air Force. When De La Hoya instigated the takeover of bases in the region, she had been a dissenter, and so didn't fight in the war, but was instrumental in peacefully evacuating other neutral personnel. Give me 1 second, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. My throat kind of dried up a little bit there, so got some water in me. Let's see if that worked. Where was I? During the conflict, she became one of the nation's leading voices for a non-violent solution, which, combined with her familiarity with the region and military background, made her credible on both sides. 3 months into her appointment, Faraday gave an address to Congress, ostensibly as a progress report, but actually a ringing statement of purpose. She transcended her usual plain-spoken military directness, passionately highlighting the need for community and unity in the face of an uncertain future dominated by climate change and increased automation. It came to be regarded as one of the finest moments of oratory in Data Corrupted. Okay. I guess we're going this way. Yeah,
This must
okay.
lead to the arena.
Where am I at here? The other... Oh, wait. No, read that already. Sorry. Okay. The other collectibles, you get special weapons or ammo. Oh, I see. Okay. Nothing super crazy, but I know if you get all of the metal flowers, there's a weapon, I believe. But some of the other collectibles, like the figurines, don't give that great of stuff. I just completed everything because I love the game so much. Yeah, no, I get that. And honestly, I don't normally bother with collectibles. If I come across it in my travels, I'll make a reasonable attempt to pick it up. But very rarely do I actually make a point of going for them. And I did make an attempt with with the first game, but there was just so many collectibles, and there was a few other games on the horizon that I wanted to try. No pun intended there. That I ended up just getting distracted by other things, so I never ended up finishing any of it. Glad to know it was nothing super, like, crazy. I guess the Power Cell quest was probably the biggest reward. Probably because the Power Cells were the most difficult to find. You couldn't really buy, like, a treasure map from a merchant that said, oh yeah, it's right here. So, not to my knowledge, anyway. I know if you get all Blazing Suns in those training grounds, there's the best weapons of the game, in my opinion. Oh. Really? I didn't do any of the training ground stuff. Like, literally none of it. So, maybe I should give that a shot. There's so much content. Oh my god. So many different things that you can do. You can kind of get a little overwhelming if you let it.
It's another part of the ruins. Turned into a fighting ring.
This is cool.
I hope you're right, Marshal.
Alright, let's talk.
Aloy, it seems you've had to move mountains to bring the Sky Clan to heel. Literally.
Kotallo helped.
Yes. Tekotteh reprimanded for all the clan to see. You both served well. But now the cool route is at hand. Some have come to compete, others to bear witness. They know Regala will come from you.
I'll do whatever it takes to hold up my end, as long as you remember yours. So what's the plan?
Kotallo.
There are only two viable ways to attack the arena. Through the throne room you just passed, and by the trail on the north end. We've set up barricades at both. But if Regala means to assault the cool route with machines, she will have to attack by the trail.
You will join our defenders there. Hold the line, and I'll have my marshals. You will be free of my service and receive your reward. Make whatever preparations you must. Once the cool route begins, you must see it through.
I don't know why, but this guy kind of... He seems very intense. He's mildly intimidating. Where will you be?
I know where I'll be. What about you two?
I will be here with the chief, where I belong. Should the fight reach us, we will take the blood owed for our fallen.
If it comes to that, the defenses will hold.
Actually, the power cells are on the route with the story missions. You just have to be like me and search every every nook and cranny. Yeah. Pardon me. Like, you can get it if you look around a lot, which I tend to do in these games. My OCD kicks in and I have to get everything. I'm a completionist. Nothing wrong with that. So long as you're having fun with it and you're not, like, frustrated by your own OCD. Can we pause this? Oh, we can't. Sweet. Yeah, and that's... So, obviously, I did come across a couple of power cells. Like, obviously, the one where you first learn about Ted Farrow's betrayal. I know for a fact that you can get one there. I cannot remember the name of that place, but it's, like, in the second half of the game. And I think I found, like, one other one along the story, too. But yeah, I always do, like, a reasonably decent search around, but I never do a thorough search, which is apparently to my detriment. Alright, let's ask about the arena.
The grove, the arena, it's all part of the same ancient structure?
Yes. Here the land remembers the sacrifice of the 10. Their deeds commemorated for eternity.
Sacrifice?
The visions tell us that on the ground below, they gave their lives in a fight against machines. We honored them by holding the cool route where they fell.
Sorry about that. Just had to clear up my throat there. Alright, let's get started.
Let's get this
Good. You'll find Deca at the north barricade with the rest of our defenders. Strike true as the 10. I'll see you when this is done.
Oh, we don't get to watch.
There's armor in that chest. Take it. It might prove useful.
We get new armor. See what we got. Superior supply cache. Oh, we get martial armor. What is this? Sturdy hard plate. Alright, cool.
Good. May it keep you safe.
Alright, let's see what this looks like. Survivor, very rare. Oh, that's cool. It reminds me very much of the Frozen Wilds. The armor from that. This is not the Frozen Wilds, by the way, because we're in the Forbidden West. But, yeah, that's kind of what this reminds me of. That's what I had. That's what I got now. Alright. Oh, we get some regen. Apparently, we get some... I always forget what the resistances mean. Like, the crossed, I'm guessing, is melee. And the arrow impact there, I'm guessing, is ranged. So we've got some resistance on normal attacks. I don't remember what the little purple burst is. I think that's corruption in this game. But I'm not sure. Just gotta stay away from the lightning users. We don't have any, slots, or we have slots. We don't have anything to put in the slot, so... Look at me, I'm all spiffy. Alright, let's head to the barricade. Is there like a... no. Oh. No.
This cool road will This is a ceremony, not entertainment. The title
Pardon me. Not bad, I guess. Could be an awesome sports arena with the walls and crater and everything. Would totally see a game here, 10 out of 10. But bring in a hot dog stand and a lot more bathrooms. Also a roof and AC. Man, it's hot here and it's not even noon. Jesus. Richie Davenport, Orlando. So, it was a review. Yeah, there's... Where am I at here? There's one at every big story mission, like big important missions, and there's one in the actual place where the armor is. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I had that run where I made the attempt to get the power cells. But, I do remember it being in major locations. I just don't remember all of them being in story locations. Next time I play the first one, I'll have to try to remember that. Corruption is green. Purple is that Terror Blast thing. I think the arrows that give off those sound waves. Oh, like sonic waves. Okay. That's cool. We can actually have a resistance to that. That's awesome.
It's your hand that made this happen, Outland.
Thanks.
Mr. Tekotteh. His thugs, of course.
Yay, thugs.
What an honor.
Mr. Tekotteh fixed his ego before coming here.
Easterner.
Didn't think the Sky Commander himself would be joining us today.
If there's a chance my challengers will be facing Regala, it was only right their commander join in their fate.
Or maybe you need to save face after what happened at the bulwark.
Careful now. Sometimes sharp wits bring out sharp spears.
I'd save my spear for Regala's troops, if I were you.
Plainsong honors your name.
This guy's kind of douchey, so it's fun seeing anybody put him in his place. What exactly path is this thing trying to get me to go? Like, this doesn't look like a path. Like, at all.
Okay. Hikaru's defenders should be at the end of this trench.
But yeah, if exploring the world and kind of like exploring every little corner of it is your thing, I think you're gonna have like an amazing time with this game. Like I said, the world is huge. There is so much to explore here. And I imagine they're gonna be... Wait, what is this? Oh, Samir and I probably decided to wait until later. There's probably going to be a DLC. I can't imagine there not being something. Which means even more to explore. One question, and it's okay if it spoils. What happened to her tribe? Are they still there, or is she in a completely new place? This is a completely new place. The only thing that really ties you to the Nora tribe in this game is Varl, if you remember him from the first game. He is in this as well, and he does tell you that, you know, they're doing well, and talks about his mother, the war chief, I think. Gives you a little bit of information in that regard. But yeah, it sounds like the Norras did survive as a tribe, and they're doing as well as can be in this world, so yeah. But we don't actually, yeah, Varl's the only one other than, obviously, Aloy, who's actually from the tribe that's in the game, at least so far. There's still lots of game left. Who knows who will pop up, right? But, yeah. Oh, there's a ladder. Sweet.
Focus on the machines. Take them down. And Regala's forces become no different from our own.
Yes, Chaplain.
Watch each other's backs. Dismissed. Our soldiers are ready. They will defend the cool route from below. But from above...
Oh!
Where did you get it?
One of our squads ripped it off a fallen machine. The honor is yours. Regala may have her tricks, but you will show her our teeth.
Oh, right, they don't fight each other, they fight machines. Forgot about that.
The cool route is upon us! Our struggle demands new blood! New leaders! Release the quarry!
Nice shooting.
Challengers, approach! All who take down a machine shall be named Marshal. Remember the 10. Strike from the air as they did, and seize your glory.
Good luck, challengers! What are the odds that we're going to be left alone? That's what I thought.
Hold them back! Defend the cool route!
Oh, Lord. Do I have unlimited ammo with this? Dang it! Oh! Oh, okay. Is that it? That was fun.
There.
Oh, you had to jinx it, Aloy.
I don't know.
Hold the defenses! Go!
Dang. Ow. Why does everyone keep walking away from me? Oh God!
Catch up to Regala. Hopefully the Tenakth will fire a few shots from that ballista.
Ow! Oh!
Taking the shot!
I can't climb. There we go. No?
Take that, machine! Gotta reload!
How do you defend against that? You don't, you just die. Uh-oh. Oh, God, we got tasered. Wait, what? Oh! Oh, stabby! Get out, get out, get out! Dang it. I literally have no idea how to avoid that.
Take that, machine! Gotta reload! Steady!
Oh! Grapple!
Can't get a good shot!
Get out! Get out!
Get away from the ballista!
Oh, go! Stab it in the eye! No! Okay, fine. That did nothing. Awesome. Come on, make more. There we go. Did we win?
I hate those things. Regala went after Hikaru and Katara. I gotta get to them.
But first, Slitherfang.
Send it to my stash.
I gotta start using my heavy hitting bow more often. Sorry about that. So how does she start off? Where is she really? Is she super far from the Nora? Oh, at this point, I imagine, yeah. Like, this is where you start off, up here. Actually, I think it might be a map that's separate from this, like an intro map. Technically, this is all the Forbidden West, this entire map. So there's another one that's kind of separate off of here that serves as like the tutorial or the intro, if memory serves. It's been a while. But I'm fairly certain that's what happened. And once you find out what your reasons are for going to the west, you come from this way and you start navigating through. This is where the story really starts to pick up here. You have to roll forwards. Yeah, I kept rolling to the side, didn't I? Yeah. I thought maybe I had to go up, but maybe I'll try that next time. I'm sure I'll have to fight another one at some point before the end of the game. Roll into it. Alright, I'll try to remember that next time. You know what? We won't worry about that. Let's see what we got here. Bolt Blaster, okay. Not gonna worry about that. Stamina regen. I don't really use my... Craft more ammunition for the same amount of resources. Alright, this is the kind of stuff I need. Heavy weapon plus... Oh... Deep concert. Okay, yeah. We're definitely gonna start doing this stuff now. Stamina regen, let's do that. I might need to balance it out between Hunter and Warrior. Because I do a little bit of... Yeah. We unlock different combos. Energized duration. Yeah, there's a bunch of different things. I'll have to play with that a bit more. If the laser is going left to right, then you do the opposite and vice versa. Because if you roll into it, it can't hit you if it's already past you. Yeah, I thought it was doing like a semicircle, like an arc kind of thing. I tried going towards the camera. I guess I literally went in the directions that were the least helpful. Alright, we definitely need to get our berry supply back up. Burn through a lot of resources there. I mean, I know the chief needs to be, you know, recovered and all, but I need to get my berries. You know, priorities. Alright. Apparently we got 200 in the stash, so I guess we're in a position now where we can move on.
Champion, get to the chief!
Alright, let's get to the chief.
They make me...
Stabby! Right through the throat hole. Yeah, I'll take your crap. Nice, we got another potion. Oh. You are not an enemy, therefore I will not worry about killing you. We're going up. Is there a path I'm missing here? Okay. It was literally just jump over. Come on, Aloy! Oh, please let me fight her. Run away!
This isn't finished! I'll be back with everything I have! And all who stand with Hekarro will be run red.
At attention. You fought well. Proved yourself against enemies both metal and flesh. I name you all Marshal. Your first order is to secure the arena from any remaining rebels. Go.
We did it! Yay!
I failed. I should have finished Regala. But now she'll be back with more machines. Stronger than ever.
I'll do what I can to help.
No, you've done enough. Far more than our bargain called for. When we first met, you spoke of your true mission on which all depends. I wasn't certain if I believed you then. But I believe in you now. So leave me. And get to your task.
What will you do?
Tend to the wounds. What you need is there. Take it. Your deeds today will be remembered like those of the 10.
Well, we got the respect.
This is it. Aether's below.
Alright. This is what we've been waiting for. Where am I at here? Aloy only rolls so far and the laser is quick, so you just roll the opposite way to avoid getting hit. Yeah, and I think, see, the first game you could actually unlock a skill where if you tap the button you could do a short roll, and if you held it, she would do like this long cheetah-like leap and roll in with it and keep going. And if anything like that exists in this game, I haven't unlocked it yet or figured it out. So it throws me off a little bit. There was a machine that did that in the first game too. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was too. I remember fighting something like that. Yes, I do have a grapple. There is no grapple points nearby that I can show you, but yes, that is a thing.
What was this place?
Alright.
There. That console.
We'll get it in a minute. Let's explore just a bit, because I don't know if she's gonna, like, leave immediately after I get it. What the hell, Perkins? From Terrence Goodman to Steve Perkins. Alright. Data corrupted. Ever partitioned the cluster without telling me again. We have power surges all over the place, including one in the main building at 8:31 p.m. Right when Director Cardori was heading out for the night. The Gold Mountain Hollow lit up from total darkness right as she walked by, and it scared the living shitballs out of her. I like that. She was pissed, dude. What are you trying to do? Get us all data corrupted. Is that the only one? I'm getting the impression that's the only one. This feels weird. I feel like there's something interactable there, but maybe not. And that's where we came from. Okay, yeah, just the one. Alright.
Come on, Aether. Time to go home. Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Restoring ether subordinate function to original code.
We didn't even have to convince it.
Got it. Now I get this back to Gaia.
I kind of wish we could have conversations with all of them. Like, I'm a little let down that that wasn't a thing. Like, with Minerva, we actually had to convince the program that, you know, not to be afraid, and, you know, we had a way of making things better for her and everyone. Aether was just like, home, and that was it. Okay. Now we get to go, well, home. Where do I get out? Is this the throne room? Yeah, that's the throne, okay.
The visions in the grove have changed. The words of the Ten are now clear to us. Here, this must be the vision that Chief Icaro saw years ago. All of the visions are changed. And this one just arrived. The visions throughout the grove are different now. And this one, it just appeared. Is this your doing?
Visions have changed.
That's the one that inspired Chief Hakaro.
More testimony of the old ones.
Hear now the words that reunited a people. Following the tragic events of the war, Anne Faraday, the chief architect of the reconciliation effort, addressed a nation in need of hope.
If we look into the future, the lens of the recent past, our fears loom. Wars waged against machines, scarcity of food and water, storms that drive us from our homes. But true courage means facing those fears with conviction instead of cynicism. Leading the peacekeeping effort with these brave men and women, these marshals of the new Southwest, has strengthened my conviction that when we are united, we can overcome any threat. Join me. Join us in that conviction as we strive for a nation and a world without want or war.
Oh, that's why they salute. It's always interesting to see, like, movies, games, books, whatever, how they would have, like, a population of people with, say, like technically this is like a post-apocalyptic world. I love when they're able to show how that group of people would evolve and adapt to their environment and what they would derive as, you know, religion or history or whatever, and how they would adapt that to their own culture. I love stuff like that, and this is why I love this series. They do a fantastic job with that.
Reporting for duty, Commander. I'm coming with you.
But Hakaro needs you.
Because of you, he has new marshals. And a rallying cry the clans cannot ignore. So I will stand with you on your mission.
Oh, wow.
Give whatever is left of my life. It is what I choose.
How can I say no to that? Zoe, there's someone who wants to join us. I need you to meet him in the foothills and guide him the rest of the way.
Will do, Aloy.
Go to the mountains, west of Plainsong. A friend of mine will meet you on the ascent. I'll join you when I can.
A friend of yours? Should be interesting.
Oh, right. So we've been accruing allies. I keep forgetting about that.
Alright. I need to get Ether back to Gaia. Seems like capturing it did something to the other holograms, too.
Oh!
Might be worth checking out.
Oh, you know we will. Once I remember where they all are. Which this map is not really going to help us figure out. Well, considering who made each one of the subordinates of Gaia, might have some insight as to why they might react differently. Hell yeah, it's super interesting how they take bits and pieces from the people before them. Yeah, exactly.
for more voices from this box.
Oh, you're the one that's looking for... What? You're looking for voice boxes, that's right. I don't have any yet to give you, so... Alright.
for a covert operation deep within the rainforest.
Oh my god! What is this?
Home or abroad, JTF-10 protected assets critical to the insurrection. Deep in the jungle, concealed by mud and darkness, they laid their traps for their enemies.
Oh, that counts as a data point. Okay, cool. That's it, right?
There's the Outlander who saved the Queen.
That's it, yeah, okay.
No doubt.
Alright, let's see. Did I get this one?
Let us hope the new marshals don't meet.
This doesn't seem familiar either. Text mail from Micah Cardori to Andy Wright. Staff instructions. Hi Andy, could you please inform relevant staff in maintenance, hosting, and security of the following new opening and closing protocols? I've already briefed Dwight and... Is that Shania? I'm not familiar with that spelling of that name. At MUSEC. Thank you, Micah. And then it's just, yeah, random things about...
Of those at the embassy.
False courage won't win today.
If Regala wants a fight, she'll get one here.
Alright.
The good of JTF-10 in the mountainous regions of the hot zone. Trained to outlast, conditioned for any climate. JTF-10 were elite defenders in even the most remote mountain landscapes.
Oh, that's it?
Discover how JTF-10 claimed home field advantage in the desert. JTF-10 seized key assets all across the desert. Where others feared the Mojave's raging sandstorms, JTF soldiers used them for cover, crippling enemy supply lines.
Oh. Data Points Museum. So, holographic representation of all 7 Gs. Yeah, I did read that one already. Okay. So this area was supposed to be a exhibit to, as I'm sure it's obvious now, to the Special Forces unit that did substantial damage to the, the robotic enemies and whatnot. Is this the one I just checked?
Good day.
This isn't one I just checked, but I have checked it already, so I won't read that again.
Aloy, a word,
On
if
the
you will?
field or relaxing at base, Joint Task Force 10 acted as one. Led by Colonel Edward de la Hoya, their bodies and weapons were always honed for battle. Meals, ink, bruises. These
Aloy,
daredevils of the sky
do
shared
you
it
have a
all.
moment?
Decca! Shush! I'm learning about your culture. I'll be looking for a bit, but have fun. All right. Empress, thank you for hanging out with me. Yeah, I'll be wrapping up in about half an hour. So I imagine you won't miss too much more. But yeah, thank you for hanging out with me tonight if you aren't able to make it back. It's always great to see you. And I appreciate the lurk. All right, let's talk to her.
Blood of the 10, Aloy. Regala denied. The truth of the visions revealed. I doubt you have enough skin to mark all your deeds.
I'll just have to remember them then.
Well, thanks to you, the chief still lives. And hope remains. But that's not why I wanted to speak with you. I need a favor. A personal one. My grandson, Cavo. He was not counted among the dead. which means he must still be with Regala's remaining forces.
He was taken prisoner.
No. He joined them willingly. Like many young soldiers who seek to mark their skin with distinguished deeds. I must search for him. Convince him to come home. Chief Hekarro cannot spare any soldiers for this task, so my blade is alone in this. Unless you'd be willing to join me. I know it is much to ask after all you've done for us. But Kavo is the last of my blood.
The last of your blood?
You said Kavo's your last living relative?
Yes. Before Chief Hekarro, the clans warred constantly with each other. Every skirmish claimed another comrade. One by one, I buried my children. And then their children.
I'm sorry.
I tried to vent my grief on the battlefield, but I never found comfort there. Only in the wisdom of the visions. And even so, I still couldn't prevent Kavo from following the trail of blood.
Joining the rebels.
What made Kavo join Regala's rebellion?
For some, Regala represents a chance of vengeance against the Karja. During the Red Raids, it wasn't easy to turn the clans back at Barren Light. Many wanted to pursue the Karja all the way to Meridian.
So when Regala attacked the embassy, they took it as a call to arms.
Yes. But others, the young especially, care only about the glory they think they'll earn by hunting an age-old enemy. As for Kavo, it was probably a bit of both. And a youthful desire for a cause to get the blood burning. Nothing I said could stop him.
Will he listen?
So if Kavo didn't listen to you when he joined the rebels, what makes you think he will now?
Kavo was too young to fight during the Red Raids. Moore was a stranger to him. But he must have experienced the suffering it brings by now. He will listen. He must. I just have to find him before it's too late.
Will Hekarro accept him back?
If Kavo joined Regala's rebellion of his own accord, will Hekarro let him back into the tribe?
The chief knows the value of mercy, and the toll of unending bloodshed. It's the rest of the tribe I'm more concerned about. They won't quickly accept someone who betrayed them. Even with my support, it won't be easy.
But you have to try.
Alright.
I'll help you find your grandson, if I can. Where do we start?
A while back, our scouts reported Kavo's squad left one of Regala's outposts in the hills to the south. His squad never returned, but the scouts also spotted one of our own being held captive there.
So we'll start at the outpost. If we free the prisoner, maybe they'll know where Kavo's squad went.
Shall we head out?
Alright, let's go now.
Let's go.
Good. This way. The outpost isn't far.
Following you by foot, I guess. Alright, let's make sure it's actually picked. Okay. Hey, I'm the appropriate level for this quest. That's always good.
I picked it up right as the machine lunged at me. Never felt so alive.
This is a very casual stroll we're going on here.
You know, the rebels aren't going to give up without a fight.
Then we'll have to give them one. The bloodshed won't end until Regala is defeated.
Oh,
What matters is the soldier they took captive, Nikala. She's been their prisoner
As
for
an
some
Osran
time now.
Forge, as Aaron would say.
She's my only lead to finding Kavo.
We'll get her back. And then Kavo too.
I wonder if she's only going as fast as me. Like, if I speed up. Oh, good, we can run.
The outpost should be just ahead.
Come back here, little piggy. There we go. Dang it. I got sidetracked. There you are. Alright, let's go.
You take point.
Oh.
I'll follow.
Kill the rebels. Guess we're going.
Another outpost full of rebels. Time to find whoever's in charge and take them out.
Should be easy. Just want to say in the first game, whenever I was lower level than the accepted side quest, I was like, try hard mode activated. Challenge accepted, bitch. That I felt proud when I passed it with ease. Yeah, I get that mentality. It was more. It was less. I mean, there's obviously some stubbornness involved, at least on my end of it. When I got a quest, like it depends on how under leveled I am for it, right? Like there was a bandit camp that I came across in this game earlier. No, it wasn't this one. I think yeah, it's this guy up here. This is level 40, and I'm only level 19 now, and I've gained like 2 or 3 levels since attempting this. When it's over twice my current level, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll come back. But if I'm like maybe 5 levels underneath, yeah, I'm already there. May as well just try to finish it, right? So, never with ease for me. So I'm glad that you were able to pass them easily. But yeah, usually it's a bit of a battle for me. I imagine you're a better marksman than I am, though. That's probably why. I mean, you've been here for a bit now. You've probably seen that my aim is not very good. But I do try. Ancient Valuables lockbox. Oh, there's a whole bunch of goodies. Wooden post. Old barrel. Oh, it's leaves. Okay, well, we found 2 people. There's got to be more than that. Of course.
What's that now?
You saw nothing.
Over there. Sharp. I've got this place covered.
Nothing. Oh, I don't have enough machine muscle to make more of the terror. Okay. Oh, there's 3. Oh!
Show me where. Because I don't see a damn thing.
You! We fight together! Hey!
fire.
My penis is tingling right now.
Oh, there's tingling peni in chat. Yes. Ow. Oh, there you are. I just made 20 arrows in the air. It's illogical and I love it. Where are you? There you are. Would you please shoot them in the face? Ah. Oh, there's people now.
Corner them!
I'm with you, Aloy.
Going in!
Do something!
I'm not giving up.
Yeah, crunchy. There we go. Okay, sorry, let me catch up here now that we have a moment. I'm probably a better stealth than you, not meaning to boast. No, I'm terrible at stealth. That is my absolute biggest weakness when it comes to any game that has stealth mechanics, with the exception of... Sorry, give me a moment. My cat is getting into something he shouldn't. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, dear Lord. Anyways, as I was saying, with the exception of Bethesda games, stealth is ridiculous in those games, and it's very easy to cheese, so I'm good at those ones. Oh, you got your animated groove. I love it. It looks good. That looks awesome. On fire, that's my job. Oh, it's not just solely your job. How are you doing tonight, Skip? Hope your weekend is going well. It was uploaded when I posted it to Discord. Yeah, oh, okay, fair enough. But this is the first time I've seen it in emote form, so... Just watched the movie. Very nice. May I ask, what movie? And was it fantastical? Are we clear? Tang. Come on. I'll play with you later. Are all the bodies, like, gone? Yeah, we've got some spooky redemptions here for Halloween only. Oh, there's a friggin' ladder right here. Apparently, they have nothing on them. Okay, I won't worry about it then. Where exactly am I going? Oh. campfire. There we go.
Blood will run through the west. You're not as
Oh, okay.
That's all of them. Our scouts said they saw Nakala tied up at a wood post.
Oh, okay. We hit him so hard the game froze there for a second. Like, dang. Alright, let's go over here and see if we can loot all the chests that we saw. I shall loot your ancient valuables. Wanted to watch Bullet Train, but not available to rent yet, so we watched Hustle on Netflix. Adam Sandler movie about basketball. Oh, okay. That was not my first guess at all. I think I'm remembering there was a movie that came out a long time ago. It's basically like a live action anime. I think it's called Kung Fu Hustle, but I might be misremembering. That's what came to mind when I said when you wrote Hustle. But yeah, words are hard. Sorry. Yeah, he got like absolutely destroyed there. Between, I don't remember what her name is. What's your name? Her. She was a beast. She absolutely destroyed. I just kind of assisted. Dekka.
Oh, no Nakala, obviously. But maybe the rebels moved her. I can look for tracks.
But first, I need the goods.
I'll wait here.
Goodies.
I might be able to find Nakala's tracks with my focus.
Yeah, I am very sure you will, but first, you must Spider-Man your way down.
I'll put these in my pack.
All the berries. Oh. I was kind of cheating a little bit, but I don't care. I got goodies out of it. Why are there so many goodies everywhere? I'm gonna have to sell some stuff soon. Seven hunter arrows, nice. Oh, I'll take that. Sorry, I got distracted. Let me catch up here. The bodies be gone. Well, I did find one. It was embedded in like the fence post, and it I guess had nothing on it. I read that already. I actually went to see Kung Fu Hustle the night I graduated because I'm weird and didn't go hang out with any of my classmates. That doesn't make you weird. That means you just didn't want to watch it with them or spend time with them. Dick understood the assignment, yes. She's the one that's helping me keep focus, I guess. Alright. Oh, there's some goodies. There we go. That's the stuff. Look at all this crap. Dear Lord, I have a lot of stuff. Alright. Tracks.
Tracks leading away from the post.
Where do they go?
There's rope. Just enough to bind someone.
Alright. I think I'm done looking for goodies. Let's go. Apparently I'm not done looking for goodies.
The rebels or Nakala?
So what is Bullet Train? Like, I haven't heard of either of those movies. The Adam Sandler one, is that new? I heard that Adam Sandler had a new movie come out on Netflix. I just don't know anything about it. Like what it's called or what it's about or literally anything. I'll look for your goodies. Hey now. If you find them, you be careful with them. They're very delicate. I don't know. Some action shit with Brad Pitt. Oh, okay. It's probably like 6 months old at this point. Oh, okay. That's not recent at all then. Or I am remembering right. It was just longer ago than I thought. Ooh, yes. I want that. Tightrope our way over here. Oh, that's where we murdered the, I don't know what he is. Chief?
Don't mind if I do.
I wonder if it makes sense to be carrying this thing around. I have no idea how far I have to go.
Dead end.
No. I think there's something under that wood.
Open hatch. And there goes my gun.
Take my hand, Nikala. Steady now.
Where am I? Chaplain? Is that you? And with an Outlander. Whoa. How'd you end up down there?
Rebels had me strung up. They thought I'd give up intel about lowland squad movements by letting me bake in the sun. Managed to slip my bonds and make a run for it. They made me pay for that. Last thing I remember was a crack on the head and the taste of dirt. How'd you end up here?
We're looking for Cavo. His squad was last spotted leaving this outpost.
Yeah, he was here. It was his squad that attacked us on the road. My comrades got away, but I was taken. Cavo tied me to the post himself. If you're looking for him, Chaplain, I'm afraid you'll only find a dead end. His loyalties are clear.
Do you know where his squad went?
I overheard them mention Falls Edge.
Then we'll pick the search up from there. I'll go ahead and meet you at Falls Edge, southwest of here.
Dekka, if Cavo attacked her squad?
No! He's not lost to us yet. We have to find him and turn him from this path.
Okay. We'll see you there. What about you? That wound needs to be looked at.
It'll scar. I just need to rest a bit, then I'll report into the Grove. I'm telling you, Bloodhair. The chaplain might not want to hear it, but her grandson is a traitor.
I guess we'll see about that.
Unknown acid claw strider site, sorry. Meet the guy at Falls Edge. Okay, how far do I need to go for that? Find a use for the key. Well, I mean, I guess I should find a use for the key then, eh? This was a level 30? Well, I guess I had somebody helping me, so I can't really boast. Alright, let's see what the key is useful for. This is where I was initially, wasn't it? Oh, there we go. my item down here keeps moving around. There we go. Up. Up. There we go. Okay, that was kind of cool, but not what I wanted to do. Am I missing something extremely obvious here? Oh, yes I am. Ancient supply safe. Oh, the goodies. Ancient sculpture, necklace, chimes, silver, and bronze. Is that it? Nope. Generous valuables cache. Dang, there's so many goodies up here. There we go.
I should return them to the grove when I get a chance.
Oh, I didn't read everything, so I guess I missed whatever that was about. Alright. Am I still? No, I'm not. Blood for blood. There we go. Where am I at here? My shit disappeared. Why she just call her blood hair? A lot of the Tenakth have been doing that. She's got, like, flaming red hair, and like blood, or like crimson. When you first start exploring the Forbidden West, you have to cut through this little patch of land here and meet up with, there was an embassy at this place, I think it was. It won't. There, Barren Light, that's what it's called. We had to meet up there, and the Tenakth, I can't pronounce it, on the west, we're meeting up with the Karja on the east. The Red Raids affected a lot of the western tribes, and since the Mad Sun God, or the Mad Sun King had died, the current one has been trying to make peace with them, and they do that via embassy meetings at this outpost here. Well, on our way to cut through to the Forbidden West, we had to wait at the embassy for them to do whatever they had to do, and it got attacked by the woman that you saw fighting the chief. Regala, I think her name was. And her troops. And Aloy made quite the impression, beat one of her top champions here, and now the Tenakth know her based on her deeds from that. And the more questing I've been doing in this area, the more they are aware of who I am. So, yeah. That was an over-explanation, I think. But sorry. She's the only one with this colored hair. The only one I've seen. Everyone else tends to have darker hair, or some of them have had blonde hair. A couple of them have graying hair. Not too many redheads. Tough actin', Tenakth. What? Yeah, sorry, I don't want to spoil too much for you, so if you find that I'm giving away too much, just roar at me, and I'll try to pull back a bit. I get the impression that you would enjoy this game as much as I have been, so... Ooh, more goodies. Yes, moderate. That was just a lucky find. I didn't even mean to come down here, and yet here we are. What is that? Apparently my battery level is low. Oh, this was the rope that she found that allowed us to follow the path. Okay. I don't know why it was still glowing, but okay. I guess we can summon our steed. Our trusty steed. This way. Oh, it's a path, okay. Couldn't tell at first. It's fine, honestly, because I'm just waiting for it to be on PC, because I'm not buying a PS5 just to play this. That's fair. I would be very hard-pressed to buy an entire console just to play one game. One game has helped influence it, but I will never buy an entire console just for one game. I would have to justify it with at least some other games. And I imagine, are you primarily a PC game? Like, do you have an Xbox, or do you have, like, previous consoles at all? Or do you tend to stick with PC only? Keep going. Alright, we're probably going to run a little later today. This is a long weekend for me, so staying up a little later. I want to finish off this side quest. Hopefully, this will be done here. And I want to get back to home base here so that we can add Aether to Gaia. Then we can call it. Oh, we flared it.
Invisible killing machines.
No! Don't stealth. Stop stealthing. Alright, fine. Stay stealth, I don't care. Ow! I should have just left. I abandoned my trusty steed. Oh well. I'm sure it understands. Wait, this way? Yeah, this way, okay. Unknown shelter. Okay. I don't want to accidentally start another side quest, so.
At the cover of the jungle.
Let's just follow the path. I do want a bonfire here at some point. Oh, awesome. Apex. What was that? Goldthorn peppers. No. Oh, I thought it was a machine. This is better.
Cook should know what to do with this.
walking's a thing. That's new. I'm not gonna worry about that. Oh. Where am I at here? Xbox for life. Get fucked Sony ponies. Wow. Harsh. Honestly, any kind of major fanatic of any one thing is usually not a good thing. Like, I've had PlayStation consoles since the original PlayStation 1 days. I don't have a PlayStation 5 yet. They're available now. I could theoretically get one. I don't like what they're doing. Chances are, when I do upgrade to the next, well, I guess it's now current gen console, I'm probably going to get an Xbox first. Not going to lie. I don't like what they're doing, and it bothers me. And I have no problem shopping around if they're going to be douchey. So I have all PlayStations except 5. Yeah, same here. Wow, Skip, I'm hurt. Okay, so you are a console gamer then too. I actually dislike Xbox. They take up way too much of the internet. Are you talking about... What do you mean by that? Like, if I buy a PS5, the only games I would look forward to playing is this and God of War Ragnarok. I am looking forward to that as well, yeah. Yeah, honestly, there hasn't been... I mean, there are a couple of other ones, too. Apparently, Returnal is pretty good. If you've ever been interested in the game Control, apparently the PlayStation 5 version is the one to play. Final Fantasy VII Remake, you can only play Intergrade on the PlayStation 5. There is a few different games out there that make it more worthwhile if that's something that kind of appeals to you. But, yeah. Everything is still kind of releasing on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. And it's less expensive. Like, I live in Canada. New games for me normally cost $80. New games on current-gen consoles now cost $90. No. Unacceptable. Screw that. If I can get the same game, which is not going to look that much better on the PlayStation 5, but get it on the PS4, and save money doing it, yeah, definitely. Just get yourself a day PS5 if they're available. You said douchey. Yeah, because they're being douchey. I don't want to call them douchey, but if they are going to behave douchey, then I have to call them douchey. That's just how it works.
There's Fall's Edge. I think it should be waiting for me in there.
Oh, campfire. 32. Oh, there, I see it. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's do a manual save, because it's been a little while. Yep, PlayStation 4. I don't know if this really proves it or not. I forget what the OS looks like on a PS5, but yep. They just released the anniversary edition of Skyrim on Switch, and since standard is still 60, they're charging 70. These are the actions that make me really dislike what Bethesda's trying to become here. I mean, they're already owned by Microsoft. Why is that a thing? It's an 11-year-old game. There's still glitches galore in it. Like, I'm so saddened by that. It's a pure ripoff, and I sincerely hope that Switch users don't end up spending that much money on it. It's utterly ridiculous. I need to get it then? Oh yeah, because you have a PS4, you said. Yeah, honestly, it looks fantastic, as I'm sure you can tell. Like, I mean, even the first game looked fantastic. But yeah, I imagine there is some increased fidelity in the PlayStation 5 version, but honestly, this is... Same with, like, The Last of Us. If you've ever played those games, they look fantastic on the PlayStation 4 version as well. The increase in fidelity from 4 to 5 is not great enough for me to justify being like, I have to play the PS5 version, if that makes sense. So for Canada, $90 for Skyrim. Yes. Exactly. I'll increase your fidelity. Aw. That's sweet, thank you. But yeah, imagine that. An 11-year-old game that's been released 3 other times prior to this is being re-released for a 4th time at full retail value. Beyond that, actually, because of the platform it's on. Like you said, it's normally 60 and they're charging 70. And the only reason to justify that price is to have 4 Creation Club items. And the only new game mechanic that they've added is fishing. Like, oh, it makes me salty. So salty. Last of Us Part 1 and 2 were great on the PS4. Like, I ain't buying PS5 just to see it on a better screen. Yeah, exactly. So here's a question for you two. What do you think of The Last of Us Part 1, the remaster slash remake slash Sony's trying to charge you another $70? Because I don't agree with that either. And I can't believe Naughty Dog is actually going along with it too. That's what surprises me even more. Let's go back up here. Since, you know, there's a bridge.
Good day.
Good day. Falls Edge. Unknown machine strike. There's a workbench. Alright, Dekka has to wait. I need to play with my pouches. Hopefully. I hope I can increase my... I haven't been hunting a lot of animals, so I probably won't. Yeah, my pouch upgrades still are non-existent. Pelican, Jay. Oh, one of them is a boar. Oh, raccoons. I forgot they exist in this game. Squirrel. Vulture. More squirrel. And more boar. Okay. There's actually more land animals than airfaring animals. I think that made sense. So, maybe someday. Let's see what my... Yes. Let's increase some resistances, shall we? Sunwing Shieldcaster. Elemental Claw Strider Sack Webbing. Interesting. Create job. Alright, well, whatever. Advanced Vertical Shock Trap. A 3-pronged metal stake that generates a powerful electrical energy field above it. Once placed, it triggers on contact with ground or aerial enemies. Shooting the stake can also detonate it. Were these given to me? Because I don't remember this being... Yeah, it must have been, because I did not have this many slots before. So let's make this now. There we go.
You, Outlander, come and trade.
No! You can't tell me what to do. What? Oh, you're a cook. Okay. I don't need any food at the moment, so thanks anyway.
I'm telling the truth.
Oh, we found them. Okay. We'll catch up and then we'll find out what's next. Where am I at here? Read that already. Yeah, but imagine this. A game that already got remastered getting a remake. I don't necessarily have a problem with that per se. The game isn't that old enough to warrant it, though. And I've seen the screenshot comparisons, and yes, I'll admit there is a difference. You can notice something, but not enough to warrant the kind of resources that they're spending on doing it. And certainly not warranted to charge the price that they're charging. Like, no. And from what I've seen, based on preliminary reviews of people that have had a taste of the new game, they don't even introduce mechanics from the second game into the first game. It's literally just the same game with updated visuals. Further updated visuals, I guess. It's kind of ridiculous. There's like a few animation alterations and upscaling even more with the graphics. Nothing new mechanic-wise. It's so ridiculous. How about no? Exactly. And as I type that, you bring up Last of Us. It's always the way. Last of Us PS5 is stupid, and if the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster is real, then yeah, I sincerely hope that's not real. How about y'all stop remaking things and let it stay on the console it was made on? There's more nostalgia if you keep the same graphics as it was when it came out. I'm okay with that. Or at least if you're gonna do a remake on a game, make it on a game that's older than within the last decade. I would love to see a remake of Elder Scrolls Arena in a Skyrim engine. I think that would be cool. You get to explore the entire continent of Tamriel, and it would be updated. It would be way too ambitious. As I'm saying this, I know that's never going to happen, but that would be amazing. I would love to see that. It's not going to happen, though. No remasters serve a purpose, but maybe remaster actual... Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't say no remasters serve a purpose. Depending on the age of the game, of course, it does help to keep that game alive. Do you remember when Sony was considering shutting down the PlayStation 3's digital store, and everybody was all in an uproar about, oh, how can we get our digital games if, you shut down the store? This is the only platform we can buy it on, blah. That kind of thing. At least a remaster will upscale it so it looks better or cleaner. Hypothetically, maybe add some gameplay elements to it. And it extends the lifespan and gives it more accessibility for people to be able to play it. So I'm not completely against it, but the way they're pursuing it now, I'm definitely against that. If you're going to remaster something, do it maybe once and never again, because y'all can't be doing this shit and expect us to get money out of it. How about you make new games? Yes, I agree. And honestly, I blame Skyrim. Like I said, they've re-released it 3 or 4 times now at this point, and people keep buying it. They're not adding anything worthwhile. I'm sorry. I've seen the fishing mechanic in the Creation Club, and I've also seen mods, Nexus mods and their versions of it. The unpaid mods do it better, in my opinion. I know that's subjective to what your own preference could be, but I don't know. Fallout 3 and New Vegas could use remasters. Yeah, exactly. 2008 and 2010. I mean, that's just a little over a decade, so technically they're still not that old. But at the very least, if they were updated to Fallout 4 graphics, I refuse to say Fallout 76. That would be cool. I've seen some screenshots of modders actually doing that. Um, Believe it or not, they're actually remaking Fallout 1 and 2 in the Fallout 4 engine, which is fantastic because if you guys are unfamiliar with the older games, the Fallout games, they're isometric and they're hardcore RPG games too, or at least more so than a lot of the Bethesda ones. And to see that translated into like the 3D first person shooter engine that Bethesda has created for the more modern versions, that would be amazing to me. And I can't wait to see them finish, which probably won't be for like another 5 years, but it'll still come out before Fallout 5, so. I needed a comma, no remasters. Oh. Oh, okay. So you agree. And I'd murder several small children for an Oblivion remaster. Which will never happen, unfortunately. The closest thing you're ever going to get to that is Sky Oblivion, the mod. Which, I don't know if you've kept up with that at all, if at all. But it looks pretty good. They've got the same UI from the original Oblivion game, or something similar, rebuilt for that engine. And some of the towns look amazing. I would love to see that. I don't know if you're interested in ever streaming like Skyrim mods, Skip, but I imagine that would be something that you would probably find interesting or fun. Like if whenever Sky Oblivion eventually does really, or beyond Skyrim, Cyrodiil, for example, I feel like that would be a lot of fun to watch. I'd love it if the old PS1 Gen 2 Raiders got a remake. Oh my god. That would be amazing. I should download the Fallout London mod for Fallout 4. Yes. That's all I will say is yes, definitely. I am absolutely excited. The one thing about the Fallout games is that the Bethesda ones like to focus on like the East Coast, and the Obsidian ones like to focus more on the West Coast. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's no cohesive storyline that flows through them all. It's just they pick a region, they introduce a few things, and I guess there's like nods to other regions. Like Fallout 3 had Madison Lee that showed up in Fallout 4, stuff like that. But there's no overarching, like, if you play Fallout 1 and then you play Fallout 2, you're kind of exploring similar areas, but you get to see how the civilization evolved. Because we're talking like 2 generations later. If memory serves, you play as the protagonist from the first game. You play as their grandchild in the second game. And you come from like a village called Arroyo, and you explore the same regions, but 2 generations later, you get to interact with super mutants that are not trying to murder you all the time. It's awesome. I would love to see that. But Fallout London, to get back to what you were saying, kind of expands the universe a bit too, and it explores an entirely different region that's not even on the same continent, and that's awesome to me. I can't wait to see that. I'll absolutely play Sky Oblivion on stream if it ever comes out. Apparently it's close. From what I've heard, there's speculations that it should be out within the next year, so... well, it's either that or Skywind. I don't remember which. I know they're both close. I think Sky Oblivion is closer, though.
Listen
All right.
to him, Oroke.
Not a chance. He's a traitor.
Oh! I did not see the jail pod here. That, oddly enough, reminds me of Oblivion. Empress, I don't know if you've ever played the Elder Scrolls games. Skip, I'm sure you're familiar. When you enter Paradise...
The rebels.
And you have to navigate through the underground, like, lava tunnels. And there's, like... The immortals are, like, imprisoned in much the same cages as these. And you can, like, dip them in the lava, and all you can hear is them going, ooh. It's so goofy. I would really like to see, canonically, what the effects of Project Purity from 3 are. To what end? Like, maybe, like, there was a war because the Brotherhood of Steel had control of the area, or... You never played any of those? Okay, fair enough. Like, do people actually end up getting clean water? Apparently that's what the Brotherhood of Steel were trying to do. They were trying to disperse water and work with Rivet City to actually get water to the far end reaches of the wasteland in that area. And try to coordinate, like, caravans and such, so...
Trust what he says. I vouch for him.
Sorry, Chaplain. Your word on this is compromised.
He's not wrong.
Dekka, what's going on?
Aloy, I'm glad you're here. This is Aroke, leader of Fall's Edge.
So you've enlisted the Chief's champion in your dull-bladed efforts.
You must be Cavo, then.
My grandson. And a soldier trying to right his mistakes.
Or trying to lure us into a trap. My scouts caught him, sneaking around on the outskirts of the village.
I wasn't sneaking around. I was coming to warn you. The rebels are planning an attack. They're going to send a machine straight through this village. I left my post when I realized what they were planning. You have to believe me.
Where are the rebels now?
They were hunting for the machine north of here. I can show you the way.
The only thing you'll do is face trial by combat. You betrayed your clan. Your chief. Blood and blades will decide your fate.
I'll fight whoever you want after we stop the attack.
Let's ask about the attack on Fall's Edge.
Why destroy this village? I thought Regala's fight was with Hikaru.
Hikaru was a lowlander before he was chief. Unlike the Desert and Sky clans. We stand behind him without question. Fall's Edge is a strategic midpoint between the Grove and our capital on the coast.
It's true. Our orders were to cut off Hikaru's support from the Lowland clan. But I thought that meant disrupting supply routes, not slaughtering an entire village.
Deserting Regala's rebels.
You said you defected after you found out about the attack. Why'd you change your mind?
When I joined the rebels, I thought Regala was going to lead us into battle against our old enemy, the Karja. But all we've done is kill each other. And for what? Pride? Vengeance? So when my squad leader told us about the mission to destroy this village, I left my post.
Don't believe his lies. Anyone who deserted the tribe to join Regala knew exactly what they were getting themselves into.
Not everyone.
Okay. Stopping the rebels.
If Cavo is telling the truth, this whole village is in danger. We have to find and stop these rebels.
The rebels built a campfire north of the river, near the cliffs.
Pardon me.
I can show you the way from there.
Okay. Open it up, or okay?
No. I won't give him the chance to escape. The traitor stays here until his trial by combat.
Then I invoke blood for blood. I will take Cavo's place until he returns.
You're making a mistake, Chaplain. The clan needs your guidance, not the lies of this bare-armed boy.
The right has been called. Cavo will go with Aloy.
Then I'm going to. If the boy speaks truth, you'll need my blade. If he lies, I'll run him through.
Fair.
Let's make arrangements here first. Then I'll bring the boy to the meeting place.
Fine. I'll see you there.
Tensions are high.
Was there something else?
Oh, I thought we were gonna
I should go.
talk
See
to.
you at the campfire.
I thought we were actually gonna see. It says talk to Dekka, and we literally did not talk to Dekka at all. Does it lead to any sort of civilization being properly rebuilt? Oh, so you want to see growth? That would be neat. If memory serves, and I could be mistaken, I think they do touch on that a little bit in 4. When you're exploring the blimp, whatever it's called, for the Brotherhood of Steel. There's different terminals located throughout it that actually touch on what's been happening in the Capital Wasteland since the events of Fallout 3. At least to some degree. Not probably as much as what you're saying, but it's something. Wait, where am I going? No, this way. Okay. Is my... Oh, my mount is still gone. Oh, maybe I can't call because I'm in city limits. Nope. It's just gone. Alright. Guess I should have repaired it after all. Where am I going? This way. I don't even know.
The fire that Cavo mentioned should be nearby.
What's taking so long? They should be here already.
Someone's waiting ahead. But not Cavo or Roque. I see the rebels. Friends of Cavo's. Going to have to take them out to get to that campfire.
All clear.
Alright.
That intruder!
Okay.
Still in this fight.
We've got to help them!
Oh, you ducked just in the nick of time. Not that time. Dang it! Oh, dear Lord. Oh, you were the one that did that. Well, that worked. Alright, fine. You can play that game.
Target hit!
Why is it auto-aiming? Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, are you serious? I'm eating away all my resources here. Finally!
Okay, new plan. Are these rebels waiting to ambush whoever showed up? Cabo has some explaining to do. Better wait at the campfire for him and Aloy.
God, that sucked. I need as many goodies as I can get right now. Still don't have enough for that. Alright, let's get our goodies. So many things there. Is there something up here? Right here. There we go. Alright. Imagine reading terminals. Combat in these games are so much fun against machines and people alike. Even when you're sucking as bad as I was there, yes, it is still a lot of fun. If anything, it makes it more frantic. Alright. Oh. I thought I saw a bird, but I guess not. Alright. There we go.
Found a few of your friends when I got here, Cavo. You're not off to a great start.
They must have been out on patrol.
That's what she
I
said.
swear on the 10, I didn't know they'd be here.
What did I tell you? His lies are an open sore. Better we cauterize it now than let it fester.
No! I'm telling the truth!
Untie him.
As you say. But this is a mistake.
And my weapon?
If you think...
Just give it to him, okay? We need to get moving.
Lead the way.
You can't really blame him for being careful. What did she say? Even when you're sucking as bad as I was, it is a lot of fun. Alright, that's a good one. I'll give you that. That was a good one.
Up this way.
Where are you leading us?
The rebels are stationed at the nearby cliff falls. I took this path when I left my post. The others won't be expecting anyone to come this way.
Or they are, and will be skewered the moment we arrive.
There's the cliff falls.
And there's no one there, as I suspected.
Let's just keep going.
I don't like this.
Yeah, like this either. Come on, guys, I'm outpacing you here. That wasn't really graceful, but alright.
Where is everyone?
No rebels, no machine. What did I say?
Over there, by the falls.
One of the 10. That thing runs the falls edge. The village stands no chance.
A behemoth?
Right here.
On your lead, Aloy.
Nothing will stand in our way now! Grab your gear. We march on Fall's Edge.
Shock drum. Sorry, let me catch up here. I remember a time where I was supposed to be lurking and Panda was only supposed to be streaming for another half hour. Yeah, I'm a little past that. I don't know if I'll be... I mean, I did stop to chat for a bit. That's probably why. I don't know if we're going to be going back to the base now. We'll see. We'll see how long this ends up taking. I'm probably going to go no later than 1, since I normally stop at midnight. That's probably where we'll hang up the bow for a week, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. AMS, welcome on in. Rubber Ducky Clusterfuck. Let's get this party started. Get the feelings right. Take a picture. I just want to have sex tonight. That was beautiful. That warmed my heart. How are you? How was your Saturday night? And what are you drinking, if anything? Or, okay, I guess hi, too. It is Canada. Weed's legal here. That's feasible as well. It's a good song, dang. We're not debating that. Wendigo, welcome on in. Thanks for the ta-da. How are you tonight? What song is the artist? Hi? Rum. Nice. Good choice. Eskimo Callboy, Monsieur Mustache. I am unfamiliar with that person. Or that song. I feel like I need to look that up now, though. But after the stream. Right now, I need to figure out the quickest way that I'm going to die horribly. What is this? Strong against lightning, shock, whatever. Okay. I can't make any more of those. Cool. Oh! I got one-shotted! Dang. That could have gone better. None of those are real words? Dang it, AMS, why are you giving us not real words?
No rebels, no machine. What did I say?
Over there, by the falls.
Alright. You. You.
Right here.
On your lead, Aloy.
And you. 5 humans and a behemoth. No. Awesome. Sorry, they're called Electric Callboy now. Ah, okay. Good to know, because... Oh, yeah, Eskimo's offensive. Doing good, getting ready for bed. Woo, bedtime. Are you still working overnights, Wendigo? Or no, you were evenings, weren't you? That's what it was. Damn, that man said yeah, they don't care. I'd love to go to bed, but Panda is doing a 24-hour stream, I guess. Skip, you're allowed to go to bed. Even if I wasn't sane enough to do a 24-hour stream, you're not obligated to be here. Go ham on your bed. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. There we go. Oh, I can't see. Get out! Get out! Oh, okay. Oh god, I'm getting hit by like so many things right now. Alright. Oh, okay. Dang it, I keep doing that. Oh, okay. Yep, I'm gonna die. This thing sucks. I'm just gonna throw that out there. This thing sucks. Alright. What am I missing here? I'll see you all in my dreams. Good night, y'all. Alright, Wendigo. Thank you for swinging by. I hope you have a good night.
No rebels, no machine.
But at the end of your bed, that's not creepy at all.
If that thing runs through Fall's Edge, the village stands no chance.
Then we stop them. Right here.
On your lead, Aloy.
Nothing will stand in our way now! Grab your gear. We march on Fall's Edge.
Yep, that's about right.
We led them right to it. Use this to reload.
Okay, we need to get rid of... Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna leave the big guy alone for the moment. I'm gonna start picking off the archers, because, this kind of sucks. Where am I at here? It's Halloween. We're getting spooky. Time for my sleep demons and sleep paralysis demons to come out more. Okay. Empress, thank you again for swinging on by. I greatly appreciate you keeping me company here tonight. Hopefully, the next time you stream, your PC will cooperate with you. Let's get you a shout out real fast. There we go. Empress is a variety streamer. Last time I was in your chat, I'm trying to remember. I think you were playing the Lamb Cult thing. Cult of the Lamb, I think it's literally called. But yeah, many different games. Awesome streamer. Go check her out for sure. Thank you again. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Good night, other panda. Oh god, we're having an emote war. That is gangsta. Word up, homie. Alright.
No rebels, no machine.
Let's do this.
Over there, by the falls. Fantastic.
If that thing runs through Fall's Edge, the village stands no chance.
Then we stop. Right here.
On your lead, Aloy.
Nothing will stand in our way now! Grab your gear. We march on Fall's Edge.
Okay. That worked out well. Not you. Shock drum. Oh, nice!
I've got your back.
Combo! He led them right to him.
Really? There we go. Oh, God. Oh. was why it worked. Go away! You need to go. Oh my god, hit her in the face! Thank you! Go, go, go! Not what I wanted! Drink it! Drink it! Thank you. Sorry, hold on. There we go. I'll just scoot my cat away. Please get up! Wait, where is it? Oh, Lord. Oh! Get out! Get out! Okay. I think I'm done for the night. I was at full health and I got one-shotted, and I'm already over an hour past. Okay, I'm exactly an hour past, so we're gonna call it here. We will resume this.
Where is everyone? No rebels, no machines.
Next Saturday, where I can get absolutely annihilated then. Sometimes you just need to know when to stop. Alright, let me switch over. I feel like I've missed out on a bunch here. Where did I leave off at here? Panda, do I need to buy you another monitor? No? Why would I need another monitor? Another PC? I mean, I won't reject another PC, sure. Bring it my way. Oh, okay, just repeated the same question. I thought I skipped chat somehow. It just overheated. Gotta buy more fans. Yeah, hopefully it's... Oh! No, you were talking to me. I don't know. No, I already have 2 monitors. Plus, I'm using my television for the PS4, so I should be okay. Thank you, though. Do I need to follow you? Yes, you need to follow Empress. Yes, please. Done. Impress me. I have a big forehead, so kind of a big deal. Embrace the forehead. It's Turkey Day in Canada, so we need something to watch. My Turkey Day is going to be on Monday. And my turkey might actually be chicken. No big family get-together for me this year. That seems really loud. There we go. Turn it down to a little more manageable volume. What about you, AMS? I'm imagining that you're going to have your turkey day tomorrow? Big family plans, or doing any traveling, anything like that? Watch these nuts, you donkey. My name is Dawn, but I don't have a key. Wow. Wait, for real? That sucks, dude. Imagine being named Dawn. What? What's wrong with the name Dawn? Fucking Cheeto? What? Trump. Too political. Unsubscribe. MS, you're not even subscribed. Politicize these nuts. There you go. Imagine if this panda was good at reading chat. I never claimed to be good at anything. You want to swing on by this area, you need to know what you're getting into. You should know what you're getting into. This will all be gone by the time he reads. Glad you didn't quit, Skippy. But I did. Nah, you didn't. Good night, baby boy. I ain't leaving yet. In a moment, though. Panda isn't very thankful this year. I am thankful that I know when I need to stop. That's what I am thankful for. Getting annihilated now. How much rum have you had tonight, if I can ask? Right now, we are living Y. I'm driving 3 hours to drink, go to bed, then drive back. That sounds like fun. He said all the rum? Dang. All the rum. Skip, I believe you survived. You got a rocket ship for a profile for some reason, but you did survive. Sounds like I'm drunker because all of that was answers to shit you said forever ago. I know, that's what makes it funny. Alright, Skip, you get some cookies. There we go. He's so drunk he peed on his toes. Well, don't do that. Not funny. It's kind of funny. I'm glad I didn't even really have to do much to kind of change your mind there. Alright, well, since we're all here, Your beard is drunk. Don't talk about the epic beard like that. Alright, AMS, last playing Valorant. I didn't know that was a game on your list. Anybody that has not checked out AMS, oh man, seriously, swing by, check him out. He's hilarious, plays lots of different games. It's even more hysterical when he plays Mario Maker 2. Check it out. And just because I know you're gonna not like it, helps if I actually hit the right button. There we go. Anybody that is not following Skip, please swing on by his channel as well. Also a variety streamer. Don't facepalm me. I know I screwed up, and I corrected it. So, these are all very awesome streamers. Please check them out if you have not yet done so. You will not regret it. That means it's seductible. I like shooting people. Yeah, he rages at Valorant. I believe you. Skip, quit, don't shout. Skip, do I have to rescind my shout out? I'm banning AMS for being too Canadian. Hey now. We're a very patriotic Canadian bunch here. Don't do that. What's going on, eh? You hoser? Alright, I'm done. Clearly I'm tired too. Thank you guys for hanging out. Swinging on by. Empress, if you're still there, thank you again. Anybody else that's been lurking and hanging out, I appreciate you as well. Thank you. Tomorrow night, we will be carrying on with Resident Evil 4. It looks like I'm about halfway through the game, if the trophies are any indication, so we still got lots to go through there. If Horizon, and particularly me failing at it, is tickling your fancy, we will continue on with that next Saturday at 9. And if neither of those seems as appealing, I also play Dark Souls for the month of October on Friday. Dark Souls 2 specifically. Lots of death, lots of fail, lots of me wondering why. So swing on by, laugh at me, it should be a good time. I'm going to stop rambling now. I don't know why you're telling people to suck it hard, but I'm going to call it a night. So, thank you guys again. Hope to catch you guys again soon. And, yeah. Boo. Have a good night.